Hey, just checking in if anybody is still in chat that has showed up in chat, and if anybody wants to talk, I'm just gonna say a Merry Christmas to Santa G. To mute myself, good grief. No budget production here. So, I don't know if anybody is actually listening or has just popped in to say Happy Christmas. But if you are here and you want to talk, well, so am I. I'm just on and off from the screen because I'm just finishing up with the kiddos before I shall put the bloom cam on. And that is why I muted the mic. And I forgot to finish typing. Hello, Sandra G. Einen wunderschönen, fröhliches Weihnachtsfest wünsche ich dir. You're cozy and intentionally at home. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Companionship of your parrots. Well, I am doing fine. It is a beautiful day. Speaking of which, let me see if I can show you, because right now my big presence is not in the way. Because if I put a camera on and I get in the way, everything goes dark. It is a gorgeous day outside. So let me see if this is going to work right out of the gate. Ta-da! Okay, that worked. So we're just going to do the next step and show you that it worked. What's the point of me going ta-da when there is nothing for you to see? This. It must be nice to be at home. 5 degrees and raining. Okay, so there's no white Christmas where you are. Dims the blooms right there. It's the only way I at the moment can show blooms. The image doesn't look very sharp, although it is super sharp on my screen. It doesn't come across that way on the live stream. So we have Happy Holiday on the left, Tushu Glory to be precise, and named Cultivar Happy Holiday on the left, still in beautiful bloom, and I've got 2 more buds coming. On the right is the Dendrobium Nafrix alexifoli, still in bloom with that first single spike, and many more spikes coming. And eventually I'll turn the camera and I'll show you what is perfuming my indoor grow space with ginger, sugar, and cinnamon cream cookie. It's just insane. No white Christmas. It will probably be around January. But you know what, Sandra, when I remember these kind of Christmases and everybody needed to travel, and then there was a blizzard, I think that's even worse. But if you want to come up, you want to talk one-on-one, no camera required if you don't want to. I can drop you a link, give it to you if you want to just come and talk like normal talk. I don't want to interfere in your day. I just give the option, that is all. Nobody is obliged to be here, but it's nice to see you. Just that way. It's a massively beautiful sunny day. No wind. It's been like this for the past week, 10 days. And yes, while I'm wearing a sweater but working outside, I'm a little bit toasty, to be fair. So I'm just going to go get myself something to drink, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. If you want to, Sandra, you just click the link, and I've got a little studio in the back here, and I can pop you on and we can talk one-on-one. Simple as. And I'm going to play around with the visual here. I don't like the fact that, let me see, that's better. Make that a little bit bigger. That's fine. Okay, Sandra, well, you have yourself a beautiful day. And unless I'm moving around in that space right there, I am going to have this as the bloom cam. And eventually I will switch the bloom cam to something, ooh, a little bit spicy. It's good to see you. Know that I'm checking the chat every once in a while I go about and do my things. I've got some laundry going, you know, all the things that you do on a Sunday. It's good to have you. By the way, if you ever can have time and want to talk, technically, if you don't know how, I can help you through the steps so that one day, just like with me up here with a little bubble, you will be with me up here and we can talk like we're on the phone. Again, no camera required. Okay? And that goes for anybody. All right? So I'm gonna head over, check my laundry, and I will be back to check the chat sporadically. Frohe Weihnachten, Sandra. Und vielen Dank für alles. Pussy Pussy an dein Papagei. Mehrzahl Papagei. Ich habe nur einen. Und ja, der reicht. Hey, Jagadish. Merry Christmas or Happy Christmas if you celebrate. I don't know. I'm not sure. Wow, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. It's been a long time. No, I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. Have you had a good day? If you're still here, just asking for a friend. And Julie's son is home in 15 minutes. That's cool. Julie's son has been out and about. Actually, Julie's son, duh. Any Orchid Ninja that comes in today is son, and I will add duh at the end. Now, I'm not always at my desk, as the banner says, but just in case Jagadish is still here, I wanted him to know I have seen him, and just to say hi, him, her, I might be making some mistakes here. I do apologize if that is the case. Yikes. Sometimes a little bit difficult for me to identify gender, so I do apologize. Matt, grüß dich. We are doing great. How are you? That is, if you can hear me, because I have a tendency of talking while the mic is muted. Frohe Weihnachten. Are you home in Germany or are you hanging out in beautiful, beautiful Switzerland? No pressure, no obligation, but I have the link in chat for anybody to click if they want to come up. You don't have to have your camera on if you don't want to, but if there's something you want to show us, then of course, camera time. I just have to go and get an anti-inflammatory. I'm sorry. The link is in the chat. I need 2 minutes just to get that. I know that tradition and it's beautiful. It's nice to be home, I bet. Okay, I just saw my daughter got a bunch of flowers, so before anything, I'm gonna put them in water so they don't die because she's not here. That is a Dendrobium nafix alexpoli, and yes, one of the parents is spectabile. A very dominant parent, it would appear, because I don't see much difference with this one compared to spectabile, although I've never seen a spectabile for real except in images, and I would consider, if I didn't know any different, that to be a spectabile. So close, very, very close. Have you got a white Christmas, Matt? Just out of interest, curiosity. Did you go to Christkindlmarkt? Did you do all the touristy things that I would do if I were in Germany this time of year? Well, Christkindlmarkt is over now, but still, I would have been there with a Glühwein and all that stuff. Good fun. She's quite a big orchid. I'm surprised she's growing a new growth this time of year while also still pending opening 4 more spikes. You have a wish list? Oh, okay. All right. Well, you'll find it at a better nursery. I promise. The thing is that this is the spike that's already been in bloom for easily 4 weeks, if not 5, if I'm not mistaken. And there's 4 more to come. So for me, she bloomed 2 months too soon, but it would appear that her next spikes will be open as per on time. By the way, now that you're here, Matt, if you have 2 minutes, I'm just going to show you something because you may be leaving before I switch the camera angle. For the time being, the battery of the camera is holding up. I have another view that I wanted to show, but seeing as you're here, give me a moment. Ta-da! It's not doing anything? Oh my goodness, I am inundated here with that beautiful Christmas spicy cinnamon ginger fragrance. It is absolutely insane. She is like a meter away from me and I just can't. I mean, I can because I've got the terrace door open, but she's intense, just amazing. Okay, look, yours is a division. It wasn't, the bulbs were a little bit small. So I would say that next year yours should bloom. And we have Julie's son in the house. Hello. Merry Christmas to Aussie Town. Give her another year. It grew a nice bulb, but no blooms. Okay, look, just 1 more year. I promise. I promise. I'm because they're not that difficult to bloom. I didn't even think I was going to let mine bloom out because my bulbs didn't fatten up in the back. But she's holding on. They're not shriveling. I don't see any sign of stress that wouldn't have been induced by the blooms. But yeah, she doesn't have as many blooms as she did last year. So you can see there was a stress factor through the season, but something, I don't know, I can't determine what it is, but she's okay. She started a new lead as well late in the season. Maybe that is part of it. I don't know, but I wanted to show you. And this is also the first time she's bloomed for me during Christmas. Normally she comes into bloom in January. So there's that. You see, last year I had to put a pot underneath her upside down because the spikes were so long as they were growing. I don't have that this year, which is okay. It's less stressful like this. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas, Julie Santa. How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm a little exhausted. It's been a busy day. It's been a good day. But yeah, just a little tired. I got to play Santa Claus.
Yeah, just a second, Matt. You owe me nothing, but you make sure that your orchid gets to bloom for you first before you start anything radical. Don't do what I do. I don't think that way. If I can do something and then it's the right time, I just divide. But get that one to bloom first. Now, if the Rhyncholalia glauca is anything like the Digbyana, it's going to probably end of January. My Digbyana has a sheath, but it's still developing the 2 growths. So anyway, you feel like I would tip over any plant sitting on a pot. Yes, me too. Me too. And that's why I'm okay with this. I'm absolutely, there's no danger here. The spikes are safe. Julie, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No,
Matt,
that's fine.
Matt, you're welcome to hit the link if you want to come up and chat. I mean, you know, this is not something, we're not here exclusively to talk. No, You're not interrupting. You're welcome to come up and join. There's a link that you just click on it and it brings you right up here to us. And then you talk. But anyway, playing Santa is fun. Yes, I have a little bit of a background story, so I'm excited to hear how all this turned out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the Santa costume was exceptionally hot. It's summer here, and it was, I'm going to say 38 today.
Wow.
But we got everything transported to where it was supposed to go. I think the little boy knew it was me.
Okay. Smart.
But the eyeballs were the size of dinner plates, and just the total little kid magical joy of seeing Santa Claus show up with Pressies. That was just exactly what my heart needed, and it was, yeah.
Oh, I love it. I got the goosey bumpies. I love that. Did you have a beard?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I put pillows in, and it was really hot.
Oh my gosh. Did you stay long? Because I wasn't expecting you to be back and already, because I mean,
No, I kind of did the Santa thing, the dash and dump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my student Ankita's little boy is who I took care of today. But they had a house full of family and friends over. And I didn't want to interrupt the family gathering. So we did the little Santa Claus thing, and then they gave me a very nice bottle of Shiraz.
Ooh.
So I will be drinking that tonight throughout our little conversation.
Yum. I do like
Yeah.
a good Shiraz. I do.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Australian especially. I don't know why it is with Australia and Shiraz, why that works out so well, but yeah, that's a long time. Wow, that's a flashback as well.
Yeah. And fortunately, in WA here, we have they had just come back from being down south. When I say south, they were about 4 or 5 hours south of here in an area known for its red wine grapes. And yeah, so they went by one of the wineries in Margaret River on the way back up and bought me a bottle of wine. So I'm real happy with that one, because I can tell by looking at it, it was a nice bottle of wine. And I should probably do the smart thing and save it for a nice meal, but I'm going to drink it tonight.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Seeing as you're not going anywhere, so.
No, my Santa Clausing is done. I made Happy a special little treat for dinner. She got, I made her a chicken patty sandwich.
Oh, nice.
And
So you didn't stick around for the setup to hear him play or anything like that? And because usually
No.
that's the next stage. You gotta oh, here we go. Happy holidays to you too, Matt. You have a wonderful time. Make sure that you stay safe though, please. Okay? And if you're not busy tomorrow, we're gonna do this again. And yeah, link will be in the chat. Just to hop on and hop off as you please. Thank you for coming in, Matt. I appreciate that very, very much.
Merry Christmas to you and your family, Matt.
So you haven't been blessed with any kind of plonking on the keys, on the ivories?
No.
Okay. Oh, well, that's nice.
No. I knew I had a bottle of wine. Ooh, I got a bottle of wine. I'm going to head home. And like I said, I didn't want to interfere with their family.
Right.
They had a house full.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what? Since we've been talking these past days, my recommendations, and I haven't been looking, but I watch Sky News Australia because sometimes they report on what's going on in Gaza, and I watch them because they're not as PC as the rest of the world. So again, I get my influences from all angles. and I like
Yep.
their reporting a lot. And now I'm getting bushfires in West WA. You know, it. So of course, because of what we talked, I've been clicking on these videos, and I was like, how would you know? You know, are you
Yeah.
listening? Are you listening to convos here? I mean, how would you know?
Okay. So the government's real good here about communicating that sort of stuff. So you'll get a ping on your phone, warning this, warning bushfire here. This is the status. There's a bushfire WA website you can check specifically, as well as on the freeways and the motorways. They have those big electric signs where they will send messages.
Right. Well,
Bushfire.
yeah,
Blah. Yeah.
and I get that locally. I'm just saying that I've been watching Sky News Australia for years based on the topics that I click on.
Yeah.
You know, that's the recommendation. I never clicked on any kind of. Well, I watched the Queensland floods, so because
Yeah.
I thought, oh no, not again, you know, and
Yeah.
the fires that were really, really bad 2 years ago, I think it was. But since
Yeah.
our conversation in the past days when we've been chatting away, I was
Yeah.
like, not yesterday, and the day before, I got a recommendation about the bushfires that you were specifically talking about. And I thought,
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah.
You know, somehow some people are listening because that didn't come up when you first mentioned it a couple of weeks ago when it was close to you.
Yeah, because these ones are nowhere near me. Now,
Yeah,
WA, Western Australia is a massive state.
yeah,
I mean, it's practically half the country.
right.
So, where these bushfires are burning, yeah, there are people there. Yeah, it is technically considered some of the outermost eastern suburbs of Perth, but Perth is a huge laid out city. I mean, for the amount of people that live in Perth, and you saw how big it is with all the surrounding suburbs and everything.
Yes.
Yeah. So those fires are nowhere near me, nowhere near where I'm having to work. But there are people that have lost homes.
Yeah, I saw that. My gosh.
Yeah.
Shame.
And, there are people that are spending their Christmas in, evacuation centers.
Yeah, there was one man that was interviewed. He was devastated. He was in tears. He said, there's, he was so concerned because he said we had everything ready for Christmas and now everything is gone, all the presents, everything, we've got nothing. I just thought, wow, see houses up in flames, crashing rooftops, everything. It's awful. Do they just come up randomly? How do they start? Is this usually human intervention that starts it?
No, not always. So these ones started because it's really dry. The sun we've had a lot of really hot days, a lot hotter days than normal for this early in the season, and it's just dried the bush out. So we haven't had any rain. I'm going to say in a month and a half at all. And the last time it rained, it really was more like a sprinkle, and it didn't last very long. So everything here dries up. The bush dries up. The scrub grasses underneath everything get just, all you have to do is, look at it wrong and it will catch on fire. So the sun will hit, it'll reflect off of a rock or something, and that'll turn it into, a laser death ray, because that's what the sun is here in Perth. It's laser death ray. And it will just spontaneously combust. Something will just catch on fire. I'm thinking that they're saying that one of the bushfires that are burning down in Lanceland was actually from heat lightning.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
Heat lightning. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Heat lightning.
Oh gosh.
So they're really calling for bad bushfires this year. The
Yeah, they
bushfires,
said that in the report. They said this is going to be a busy season, and it's in the report, like it's only just begun, is what sort of their
yeah,
terminology. I'm like, dang.
yeah. So the bushfires that were between me and my work a few weeks ago. Yeah, I've been here 10 years. I've never seen bushfires this early in the year. Um, I've been in some hairy situations where there's fire on both sides of the road I was on, and oh my goodness, are we going to make it?
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, but for the most part, um, I'm in very metro area. I'm only 2 or 3 suburbs from the central CBD of the Perth city proper.
Right.
So my house and home will probably never have much of a problem with loss due to bushfires. It's the fact that I work at, well, the freeway ends, and that's the exit I take to get to work where the freeway ends. So I work pretty far out there, and those people and those um, up there, yeah, they get bushfires quite frequently. Yeah.
We've only had one where I was like, I mean, was I on the road? Why would I remember it so closely? There was two. Never mind. But where the flames were jumping the road, licking from
Yeah.
one side, the wind would push it, and actually, like a ball of fire would reach the other side, and it was like up on the major highway, and
Yeah.
you know, it was pretty bad. It was very, very close to homes as well, and I don't think there was any destruction, if I remember correctly. But the way it spread. The thing is, with us here on the coast, it's usually human error. People chucking out cigarettes out of their car, boom,
Yeah.
and everything
Yeah.
goes up. Or some camper that shouldn't be lighting a campfire in the
Yes.
summer, which is verboten. It is verboten, and people doing their barbecuing or something, not in official barbecue park areas, because there's lots of areas where it's actually, they have concrete structures where you can barbecue. There's tables and everything, and you are out in the woods. But I
Yeah.
don't know. It's mainly chucking the cigarette out of the window. Usually, that's what'll do it. And
Yeah.
then, of course, and I heard this from Robert Forrest. I wasn't, because I don't pay attention to Spanish news. At the beginning of the year, beginning of the season of the warm temps, April or something, he told me that there were arsonists in the north of Spain just going around randomly lighting fires.
Really?
Yeah, he told me.
That's
So I looked that up. There's about 4 people. I don't know if they were ever found and arrested, but yes, it was intentional. They would go light a fire, make sure that all the workers, the firemen, everything was concentrated over there, and then maybe 10 miles down the road, they'd start another one. Yeah, they did this. They did this on purpose. They just seemed to think it was a good thing to do. It's stupid.
Well, here's the interesting thing about the Australian flora and fauna here, particularly in WA. A lot of the Banksias and some of the other native plants here cannot release their seed pods unless they're burned.
Right.
So they can't finish their reproductive cycle without fire.
And that's the same as in California.
Yeah. So that'll tell you.
Yep.
The Aboriginals used to do a lot of controlled burns and would, so they started to pick back up on some of the controlled burns, and they haven't really been doing a lot of that this year because they're doing a lot of road construction. And that's another thing that's causing problems is they're doing a lot of road construction. So they're pulling up a lot of this bush. And, while you're in the middle of road construction, they've got these big piles of,
Yes.
trees and shrubs and whatever the bush was that they've just kind of piled up into a big thing while they're waiting for it to get taken away. And, that's getting just baked by the sun. And again, you just need the right reflection for the long enough time off of something and the sun hits it just right, and
It's a
you know,
bonfire.
yeah, yeah, basically, yeah. So that we're in a total fire ban. So that means you can't, even if you're at the camping grounds, you can't make a campfire to cook with. You have to use the camp facilities,
Right.
which means you have to go to the actual main camp area where there's, all the little campgrounds here have a like main camp area where there's a fridge and propane cooking. But Australians really don't. Yeah, when they talk about barbecuing, they're doing everything on propane.
Right.
Yeah, there's very few charcoal or wood barbecues that you're going to get invited to, at least in WA. Everyone I've been to, it's they pull out the propane.
Isn't that something that they do also, like Christmas? Do you guys have a specific Christmas meal? I mean, like you said, you told me all your different cultures, and you wouldn't know if a Western Australian eats turkey or just has a Barbie.
Okay, so typically the running joke here is that Australians for Christmas in WA, they eat seafood from the beach, at the beach.
Yeah, the yum. Best
Yeah,
way.
so the beach is part of WA. Christmas is here. Everyone will be at the beach at some point in time tomorrow. And yeah, it's not a formal Christmas dinner. They do have a bit more of a catch up by the pool if you're not making it to the beach. It's a real laid back thing here,
Nice.
whereas like in the States, it's turkey and it's more of a formal thing.
Yeah, also
Now,
the climate determines that, doesn't it? Because this was very similar in Kenya, except Kenya had such an English-British influence, even though there's a lot of Asians, Indians, and it was just so British, the surroundings I was in, that they would sit down to a Christmas dinner and it was like sweltering hot with humidity of 90%. I was like, what's the point? I mean, even as a child, I didn't care for it much. I was at the beach, just
yeah. Well, so tomorrow, Lynn from Lynn Brooks Orchids, Lynn, she lives 20-30 minute drive from me. So she's invited me over, and she's making, now she's originally from England.
Yeah.
And she's been living here in Australia forever, but she's originally from England. So she's making more of an English. She's invited me over for a holiday meal.
Nice.
So she's making a baked chicken. So she's got chicken, and she said whatever the traditional sides are. So I'm going to find out what that is. And then she said she has pudding. So I'm having British pudding, which is not pudding according to Americans.
No, it's not.
And she's asked me to bring custard, and I had a moment of heart failure because custard is a different thing again in America than it is to a British or an Australian.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's like, she said, just go to the store, find someone working by the milk, tell them that you're an American and that you've been asked to bring custard. And then she said, look terrified. I said, well, I can do that. So nice. I got white chocolate custard. I hope it's okay. It's what they had left.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually the pudding, if she's made that, it's flambéed with brandy and everything. It's like it's been soaked over time.
Okay. So yeah.
It's very rich, but delicious.
Not what we consider pudding. So from what I could tell, what I bought to me looks like how they serve eggnog in the States.
Yes.
Again, to me, custard is like a custard pie.
Right. That's a little more thick. Yeah. This stuff is more like a sauce for the richness, to counteract the richness of that pudding. It's good. I mean,
so
it's an acquired taste, but it was very easy for me to acquire.
So I'm going to be experiencing that for the first time. Yeah, because for the most part, the Christmases I've had here have been well with the ex's family,
Mhm.
Malaysian Sri Lankan cuisine.
Right. Which is also
So
not, it's not too shabby.
no, not too shabby at all. And the ex mother-in-law used to make the plum chicken.
Right.
Oh God, I love that. I love it.
It's very good. They do that
Yeah,
here as well, but they do that here all year round. There's one restaurant that actually either you have the lemon chicken or you choose the plum chicken. I do enjoy that one.
yeah, yeah. So this will be the first Christmas in a while that I haven't had curry puffs.
Okay. Nice. You got to expand your horizons.
Yeah. No, I haven't bothered to cook a traditional American Christmas meal because A, it's too damn hot to bake a turkey.
Yes.
Um,
You feel like a
B,
baked turkey.
um, I think I did once. I did once the first year that we got married. I did do a traditional turkey, and everyone was just so worn out from the heat because the air conditioner couldn't keep up with the heat outside and the heat of the oven cooking.
Right, right.
And it was miserable. So yeah, not doing that again. And same way with Thanksgiving. Again, it's too hot to cook a Thanksgiving meal here, so I haven't had a Thanksgiving.
Well, I have to tell you that growing up in or being in an excuse me, sorry, being in an American high school in Kenya, I heard a lot about Thanksgiving and all this business, but they didn't. I don't remember actually anybody, all the staff actually making Thanksgiving because it was a boarding school. So I
Yeah,
don't have any memories of that. But when I went to the States and experienced my first Thanksgiving, I was like, what is the hype all about? Why are people all in this panic mode? Everybody makes such an effort, is talking about how much work they put into cooking. Everybody is talking about so much food, la la la. So
yeah.
I went to my first Thanksgiving celebration meal, whatever, brought my dish. People ate, then they just sat down, fell asleep, or they were around a television watching the Macy's Thanksgiving parade.
And the Dallas Cowboys playing football.
And probably that as well.
Yep.
I was so it was like lead balloon effect, you know?
Yeah, well, here's the thing is, all right, so it's called they fell asleep because they got the turkey coma. So
Right.
turkey has L-tryptophan in it.
I don't
And
know. That's
L-tryptophan is known to put you to sleep.
it. But the
So
thing
yeah,
is, Julie, what really struck me as weird when all
yeah,
these decades I've been hearing about it's family time, people come together, the whole hype around it. I mean, let me just say, I wasn't too impressed with the food. So, I
yeah,
and I was a gym rat at the time, so I stuck with the white meat and just the protein. I didn't go for all the other stuff. But
yeah.
I did want some of the green bean casserole because, veggies, and it was disgusting, bland, no seasoning, it's
Yeah.
soggy. I was like, I was so on paper plates. Yes, we sat at a table, but paper
Okay.
plates and paper cups. And I'm like, this is
Yeah.
a special meal. And you guys, and you do paper plates, and then everything gets just dumped into a black trash bag. I was like, this isn't for real, is it? And if any
Okay. Yeah.
Americans out there are listening to me now, I'm really sorry. If you do it differently, feel free to tell me in the chat or later in the comments. I
Yes.
was, and this
I
was, I
I
don't
will
know.
say that my family never, ever, ever had paper plates at Thanksgiving ever. And our family, it was a coming together because it did take several days of prep. So the women would get together and do all the chopping, and that's kind of the come together bit of it.
Right.
Um, but now, in regards to green bean casserole, so green bean casserole, you can either make it really delicious,
I would
or
hope so.
you can make what you had. So my mom's green bean casserole um, was very tasty. She used a lot of pork. So it was almost like a pork stew with green beans
Right.
in sort of casserole form. So yeah, but for the most part, yeah, Thanksgiving food is a bit bland.
I was so, I
Yeah,
just, because I wanted to, it didn't matter whether I grew up culture wise with a lot of American influence. Being in the country is a different thing. And I wanted to embrace, as I do no matter where I worked, is to
yeah,
embrace their culture, what they do. So, I was all gung ho. And
yeah.
this was a family from church. And I was like, okay, what? And I just couldn't believe how every day it would, like, it wasn't like Thanksgiving. For me, I'm not a snob by no means. Take a paper plate if you want to, sit by the TV and do whatever. But if this is Thanksgiving, and within 30 minutes, everybody's like, yeah, you know what? And then they grab their plate from the table and go sit and watch a parade that is nothing but commercial.
No, no,
Because every balloon that goes by
it's,
has something to do with a product
yeah,
or a toy, because it's
yeah,
building up for Christmas shopping.
yeah.
And then, of course, the commentators, like, I just, you can hear it in my voice. I was like, what the? And then some people would just fall fast asleep. And I'm like, that's it?
See, the other thing about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade is that's where a lot of the high school bands, like the high school bands will have competitions, and then the best bands in the United States will actually go, and the music and the bands you hear playing are high school bands from the United States that have earned to be there. So
Yeah.
that's why Americans tune in, because those are, American high school students that are playing
Okay.
in the bands. Now, for my family, we were nowhere near that casual at Thanksgiving. Mom would we would get the good china out. You'd have to get it out of storage because last time we used it was Christmas.
Right. Right.
You get it out, and you got out all of the good stuff, and mom always pulled out the extra leaves for the table and the TV. Once once the table was set and the food was on the table, in our family, you turned the TV off and everyone came to sit at the table.
Right.
Um, you know,
The
and
thing
then
is that the people I'm also talking about, they were not short of financial means. So I'm not
right,
saying that I'm expecting something that people couldn't do. And if they didn't have
yeah,
plates, I had cupboards full and they knew that. I have a
yeah.
set of 24 of everything.
And a lot of, I think maybe they did that because of the cleanup, because so
Well,
many dishes.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it
uh,
is. But isn't
yeah,
that also part and parcel of the celebration? You don't just get together to indulge, you also get together to do the cleanup, help the hostess get her house back in order, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I
yeah.
don't
See,
know.
our family tradition was that the women cooked and the men cleaned.
For example,
So maybe that's why mom got the good china out every time. I don't know. Um,
well,
but
my grandma, I remember she would get the good stuff out for Christmas when I went to Germany for Christmas. She'd get the
yeah,
good stuff out, but there's no way she was going to let Grandpa clean. Because it's her good stuff, and if he made a mistake, it would be like, we can't replace this.
yeah. And then after everything was cleaned up, then people would have their little L-tryptophan turkey coma, and then they'd wake up, and then they might go back, and that's about the time that the cookies and the
Right,
pies and the cakes would come out,
right,
uh, and that with the coffee, and then by that time, not everyone's eating the sweets. Sometime, and the men will go watch the football, the women will go meander outside, and the kids will play, and then after the football is over, then that's when the beer would come out. So
I mean, that's sort of what I kind of envisioned, because it's pretty much similar. Remember we were talking about Germany Christmas Day 1 and 2 back in the day, blah blah blah.
yeah, Yeah.
Whereas in Christmas Day, that's exactly what we would do. We would travel to a family, or we were hosting that day, whatever,
Yeah.
and it would be just that rhythm, like you just described for your Thanksgiving at your home. That's the rhythm we would have had at our place, and it would be like 9 people would be there 9-10 hours, and because maybe the next day was still a public holiday back then, they would
Yeah.
spend the night
Yeah.
sometimes, you know,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
only make their way after a breakfast in the morning. Um, but yeah, I was so gutted. I just thought, and I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't say anything. But phew, I was like,
Now, you live in what state were you in?
Texas, in Dallas.
Okay, that doesn't sound quite right to me. Yeah, you'd think that I would think the Texans that I knew would have put on the spread.
I mean,
And
there was a lot of food, which
yeah,
is
no,
also insane to me. But there wasn't. I felt there was a lack of care.
they would have put out the full spread. You'd have had the nice dishes. They'd have pulled out the nice, the
Yeah,
good linen. Yeah, because mom would have been ironing the linen to go on the table, the tablecloths and the
yeah,
napkins, and
yeah.
you know, all of the silverware would come out. Like you're going to sit down and there's going to be three forks and 5 spoons, and
Yeah,
yeah,
and a nice
that
little centerpiece in the middle of the table. That's sort of the thing I envisioned, some
yeah,
full, if there's enough space. And in this home, there was enough space. So it's
yeah,
not like I'm trying to I don't want to offend anybody, but I was floored.
yeah. It's just a difference in your people that you went to were a bit more casual about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
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 I suppose that's a word, but
yeah,
not the way they talked.
mm,
It's not like they were talking casually leading
yeah,
up to.
yeah,
I
yeah.
I
Like I
don't
said,
know.
my family would never use paper plates unless we were at a cookout in the summertime.
Yeah, it totally confused me. I mean, when we went with this family on the boat to the lake, etc., I get it. Coolers, everything, paper plates, you name it, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But Thanksgiving, I'm not so sure. Anyway, having said that, it was, my life changed after that, and I was actually working finally because that was early. I didn't have my work permit yet,
yeah,
and the next year I was at work, which was great. I
yeah,
didn't. I only had to worry about guests complaining.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Again, Thanksgiving throughout the United States, you'll have different foods, depending on, there's you've been in the States, so there's lots of different little subcultural areas within the United States, and each one's going to have their own. Like my
Yeah,
family had a lot of Irish and German influence in some of the meals, some of the oh God, dishes that were served. Um, the brother-in-law had Polish background, so you'd bring. I don't know. We
well,
had a few.
I
Yeah,
love that because I mean, if I were, for example, in Louisiana or New Orleans, I probably would have been elsewhere. I had
you probably would have had some good red beans and rice and jambalaya, and
yes,
yeah,
yum.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I never stopped. I only drove through. I never stopped there at all.
Now, did they have any scalloped corn?
No, that doesn't ring a bell. What is
Okay,
it?
because
What is it?
it's a I don't know a casserole dish with corn.
It's
I
possible, but I didn't eat corn back then because of the high sugar.
Yeah, it's a dish it's my favorite dish from Thanksgiving is the
So what makes
corn.
it scalloped? They put scallops in it?
No, it's cheese.
Oh.
So basically, it's obviously a corn, off the cob corn.
Hmm.
You'll put some sharp cheddar, some Parmesan, and some thick cream, along with I would usually use Ritz crackers, but use bread. I would put the crackers in because it made it taste better, and some pimentos.
Okay.
You mix that all up and you bake it, and it's delicious.
I haven't, no, I don't have that as a visual memory.
And you put some onions in it too. It's been a while since I made it.
I mean, it sounds good. It's a real
It is.
comfort food, that one.
Yeah, it is. And it was one of my favorites. Of course, that might have been a regional thing because I'm from Illinois and they grew a lot of corn.
Right. But you know
Yeah.
what? Because of Thanksgiving, I mean, I remember I told you I also looked like for the history of certain things, and Thanksgiving is it's a bad time for the indigenous people of the United States.
Well, really,
A
the
lot of
first
controversy
Thanksgiving,
there.
the first Thanksgiving is where we give thanks because they kept us from starving.
Yes,
And then it was the second Thanksgiving that we fucked it all up.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So the true spirit of Thanksgiving, if you go to that first one, it's really kind of an honorable tradition.
But the thing is, what they're teaching in schools now about Thanksgiving doesn't honor the reality, and I think,
No.
and that's where there's a little bit of there's friction, I would say, because they've changed the narrative entirely,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's quite when I looked into that, because being in the States, like, I looked into all this so that I would be in the know and I wouldn't, do something wrong with my ignorance. And I
Yeah.
just knew from what was table talk and la-di-da, I just thought, no, I'm not going to bring this up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Completely.
Like when I first came to Spain, I read everything I could about the tradition of bullfighting because I had a very strong opinion about it. But being in the country, who am I to judge? Educate myself and then see what happens. And I went to bullfights. I appreciated what they were, why because I learned about it. I don't agree with it, but I'm not judging them.
Yep.
So that's the same I tried with Thanksgiving, but I know when to keep my mouth shut.
Yep. Yeah. Now, one thing that's interesting here, we're talking about holidays and a bit controversy. I'm living in Australia. So we've got in January coming up Australia Day, and it's always been a hotly contested thing because obviously the 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 indigenous Australians here call it Invasion Day.
Yeah.
And so there's been a bit of dialogue on trying, to change the narrative of it or change the day or do something with it. And yeah, I just look at it as, for me, it's a day off work.
This is exactly it, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
if you really want to dig deep, the only people that belong where they belong are the ones that were there first. And then you should just leave the country, I would say. Not you, but like me, I'm in Spain. If I have any judgment to make, I should be in Germany. Get out, leave. You don't like it, leave. But the indigenous people that have been there all those years, yes, with the culture the way we are now and like open dialogue and everything, as they see their traditions being smothered and changed, of course, they are going to have, they need a voice. They do.
Yeah.
I do also feel very strongly about that. At least don't change. How do you say this? Don't change what the truth is about how whatever happened in order for us to be here today. Don't change that. Face it, make your apologies if necessary. Stop with the retribution demands. Stop with those because it's also like when the king goes everywhere from England or whatever, and the Germans have to face up to their history, make the apologies and learn, and that's it. But the demand for retribution, it's that to me is like, I mean, I was never in that position. But how, where, when does the point of forgiveness and moving on? If you apologize and mean it, will monetary anything help change? No. I don't know. It's a tough one, but
Yeah.
the point of contention is, for me, don't push things under the rug. Say it as it is and respect the people that have to deal with all of that, you know? And that goes
Yeah.
for anybody that invaded a country. The Spanish conquistadores in South America, the Portuguese did what they did.
The Dutch, British.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Germans, I'm so not well versed in German history in Africa because I was not in Tanzania. I know a little bit, but they all behaved badly. All of them, you know?
Yeah. And before that, it was the Romans.
Exactly. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Speaking of that, I was talking to my daughter the other day. Well, I don't know how we got on this subject, but anyway, oh yeah, because of submarines. Anyway, submarines went into a Byzantine port found in Istanbul. Amazing. I don't know if you're into all this kind of historical stuff, but they are. I'm a construction nut. I love big projects. I love to see how they put the logistics together and everything. And they're building under the Bosporus. They're building a railroad to relieve the stress of the bridge. And in
Wow.
doing, sorry,
Wow.
it's insane the project that they're doing. It's massive, and the way they're doing it is just it's mind-boggling because they have the two tectonic plates to consider as well because of the
Yeah.
earthquake. Anyway,
Yeah.
so when they started excavating for where the central station will be for those trains, they found a lost port, Byzantine era port, with 36 ships intact in the sludge.
Damn, really?
With oil lamps, even the contents of the clay things with cherries and olives and everything. It's like it was just buried in a moment of time and it stayed that way. They found sandals, everything. It's an amazing find. Of course, it's a horror story for any construction company because everything is put on halt. So the archaeologists could go in and document. They excavated all the way up to the older port walls. It's insane what they found. And they've been pulling the ships out and putting them, into huge tubs of water, reverse osmosis water to leach the salts to get them conserved. It's just amazing. And they can pull the port back to written documents as to the age of Constantinople, when Constantine was the emperor and all that era. It's insane. And I love that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
But
that is awesome.
but you hear the construction head of the company going, yeah, and we're delayed, we're on the schedule, this is costing us millions, and everybody's like, shut up. The archaeologists are working as hard and as fast as possible. Chris San, hey, Merry Christmas to you, beautiful. I hope you're waking up to a gorgeous day. We're talking about archaeology. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff. It's amazing. But it started out with the submarines and what's going on in Gaza now, and how submarines are sneaking into the Mediterranean, and we don't know how many there are now accumulated over there. So I love that kind of stuff.
I'm all the way over here in Australia.
Pardon?
That's why I'm kind of happy I'm far away from all that here in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that also helped you out a lot with the pandemic and everything.
Yeah.
You guys could just go, stop. Hope you're well, Chris, son. I hope you're well. I hope everything is falling into place nicely. No stress. Everything is just hunky-dory, ready to go. If you want to come up and chat, I'm not going to force you. I know you're busy. It's early morning, but know that you can join us at any time up here. And this is not a This is not not a monologue here. Just to let you know.
So
But
my sherry baby,
uh-huh.
I've had it for 2.5 years, and it's just never done anything. Um, this year I grew 3 pseudobulbs, most it's ever done for me, and I've got each one of those is putting out its spike.
Nice.
So I was getting ready. Actually, I was looking at it going, I think I'm going to split you apart. You're getting awfully huge. You've not done anything.
Yeah.
I think I scared it.
But that's the one reason I never bought a Shari baby. I didn't expect my Masai Red to get as big as it did, because when I bought it, it wasn't in any way, it was considered medium.
Yeah.
But I knew that Shari babies get extremely large and their spikes are so long. So in order to save myself the aggravation of breaking spikes, I knew I wouldn't have space for it indoors in the winter. That's why I don't have a Shari baby. But the ones that I have seen, ooh, they're nice. So you're getting your first. How long are the spikes by now? Just starting?
Yeah, just starting. So the first spike has been growing for about a week and a half now, and I'd say it's 30 centimeters.
Dang. A week and a half.
The other two I've just noticed today while I was watering, and they're just starting to peek out from between the leaf joint.
Gosh, that's going to be great.
So I'm like, okay.
So how tall is the plant without the spikes?
From pseudobulb to top of leaf,
Yeah.
I would say, how tall are you, Nina?
I'm 6 foot.
Okay, so I would say from the edge of, if you put your elbow on the table and your fingertips straight up, that's how tall it is.
Okay, come again. If I put what? My elbow?
So put your elbow down on the table with your fingers pointing to the ceiling.
That's
So
not so big.
From the top of the pot, from the pseudobulb to the top of the leaf, where the pseudobulb comes out of the pot, where it touches the pot to the top. That's about how big
the plant is. That's reasonable. I thought they would be much bigger. So it's just the spikes that are going to be insane long. Huh. Contemplation. Hey, Sandy's Orchids. Good morning to you, beautiful. Yeah, Merry Christmas. So far, it's been fine. The weather is great here in southern Spain. Can't complain for now. It gets a little bit chilly later on. It's good to see you, girl. The link is in the chat. If you feel at any moment in time you want to hop on, you just click on that. You've been there and you've done that before, unless you have any questions. So nice to see you. Love it. So the plant, you see, I thought the plant would at least be like another 30% of that length without spikes. I'm going to have to keep that. Oh, by the way, I shared your video on my community tab.
Oh, thank you.
Just an FYI. I hope that I actually said in my community tab, videos like these should go viral. See what I did there?
Now, my Oncidium, I can never pronounce this right. Specialatium.
I don't know.
I have a species Oncidium.
Okay.
Commonly known as the Candian dancer.
The who?
Candy, Kandy, like Sri Lanka candy, Candian dancer.
Okay.
Yellow flower. At any rate, that thing from pot to the top of the tip of the leaf is, I'm going to say, oh, shit.
Sphalatum.
Yeah. SEPH.
Yes. No, SPH.
Yes.
SPH. Okay. Sphalatum. That's it. And that one's huge?
Yes. Those ones are very tall. I, again, haven't gotten it to flower yet, so I have no idea how, but it's supposed to have spikes like the cherry baby, really big, long, multi-branching, huge things with yellow
Yeah,
flowers. Yeah.
that is the I would say the OG official dancing lady in that case.
Yes,
I
it is.
didn't even know. I had no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah. I got it because it's a species and it's commonly called the Candian dancer. And Sri Lanka has some significance in my life. So
Right.
yeah,
Do you have that in your grow space or in the living room because of its size?
it's in my grow space.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got those IKEA Ivar shelves, which are really nice because you can arrange how high you want the shelves.
Right.
Yeah. So it seems, yeah, I it seems to be working so far. Like I said, it by no mean is if it puts out a flower. So I've already had to move Sherry Baby. I had her underneath that same shelf where that one's at, and I've already had to move her out from underneath there because the spike that's going is just, I think, is going to go straight into the light. So I've pulled that out.
Yeah.
So the plan is with those two, and as their spikes get bigger, I'm just going to pull them to the middle of the grow room floor
Yes.
because they'll still get plenty of light coming from everywhere. But I've learned something about that grow space because I've just moved in there. This is my first summer in there. I had been leaving the blinds up in the door that goes out to the alfresco off of it.
Right.
And I have a Brassia Shiloh that is opening up its first flower spike for me. And it's got, I think I counted 8 buds they're starting to open, but 2 in the very middle because of the way the sun came in. And just as I mentioned, the sun here is laser death rays.
Yeah.
When it goes through things like glass, it just really gets like a laser.
Yeah.
And so I had pulled it out from where it was in the shelves, set it on the floor because the spike was getting longer than the shelves could accommodate. And I didn't pull the blinds down. Well, the sun came in just like a laser beam and just through the middle 2 buds on that spike, cooked the middle 2 buds. So all the rest of the bottom buds are fine. They're opening. The top buds are
Oh my
fine. They're
goodness.
opening. But the middle 2 burned them.
Oh my goodness.
So I've got a kind of a weird looking, I'm going to make a video on it to explain what happened to them, but that's basically what happened to them. So now that it's summertime, I have had to pull the blinds down on that door, which is really kind of funny because if you could be at the house and understand the little tiny space, because my house is built very close to my neighbor's house,
Yeah.
and the little alfresco area out there has a small little roof covering, and then there's a small little gap of maybe 50 centimeters where there's just no roof, and then there's the wall of my neighbor's house. So that little alfresco area is very enclosed. And just that little bit of sun that makes it through that 50 centimeter gap between the houses cooked it.
Dang.
So whereas I thought when I first moved in here, oh, it'll be great, it'll get all this nice natural light. Nope, it still gets the laser death rays coming in there. Yeah. So I'm thinking on going to the local Goodwill shop or something and maybe finding a pair of cheap sheer white curtains. I don't want to spend a lot of money on them, and give that a go to see if that's enough to temper the light down. So right now I've just got the blinds are pulled down to blackout. So the only lights the plants are getting again are 100%.
Yeah, the sheer white curtain will do it. Just make sure that doesn't get nuked.
Yeah.
Because if that is the strength, maybe it won't diffuse.
Yeah.
It'll just show you a little brown little area discoloration where that sun kind of tried but failed, hopefully. Yeah. Hey, Barbecue and Blues, good morning. Merry Christmas Eve to you, sir. Yawn indeed. Yawn, I hope, because it's good morning and you haven't had your coffee yet, not because we're yapping away about nonsensical stuff. That's the purpose of this stream. Anything and everything goes. Hope you're doing well.
I will say here, being in Australia, I think I am more in the future than you are, Nina, compared to your other viewers.
Yes. Yes.
It is dark here now. This is the Santa Claus update. All right. Santa Claus, I believe, is somewhere over Indonesia and is heading towards Australia. So he's doing good. He'll be making it to your part of the world fine.
There's no headaches, no issues.
No.
The jet stream is working as it should.
Skies are clear over WA. Should be good.
There is somewhere, I don't know if it's on YouTube, but a little live thing that shows Santa traveling. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah.
As in with his reindeer sleigh. I don't know. I've never opened that up, but I've heard people talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I'm glad he's on his way.
Barbecue and Blue says it's 7 a.m. there. It's 9 p.m. here.
2 p.m. here. Spain. 2 p.m. on a beautiful sunny day. Let me switch the camera around again for another shot of those other blooms and wrap myself from the burrito blanket around my waist. 1 moment, please. Please hold. There, you can also see the gorgeous outdoors through my not clean windows, intentionally not clean windows, because when the sun shines the way it does now, everything that is on the glass shelf would also get a little bit too toasty. So instead of me doing some silly thing, pulling curtains, probably damaging leaves, toppling pots, I don't wash my windows. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. 6 a.m. in Canada. I bet you've got snow, Sandy. Girly girl. You've got yourself a white Christmas, I hope. Make it look pretty. I'm not a white Christmas kind of person, but dang, if I'm in a cold country, I want it to be snowed.
Yes, if you're in a cold country, you want snow at least on Christmas Day.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Either, have it start snowing on Christmas Eve in the morning when you're getting, to set the mood, but none of this brown, green, greenery, wannabe, empty tree. No, thank you. That would be my thing when I was in Switzerland. That's one thing I could always kind of bank on, that it would be a white Christmas, which is always wonderful. Old-fashioned mirror tiles. Yes, I could. You know what? If this was my home, there would have been some major changes in the first 6 months before moving in, because the west side is a raised level that is the same level as what is this in the back here, and I would have made a conservatory there, and then step down towards the deep south. If this were my home and we were like purchasing it, the dining room, even though I didn't have intentions of buying orchids at the time, the dining room would have had an extension as a conservatory, because that is such a beautiful sunny space that in the winter it would be so nice and warm to, sit and have and enjoy the sunshine without the cold air creeping in. And considering that now I've got all these orchids, that would be where my orchids would be. And I would then only have a little sliding door to get down to the deep south. But I ran it by the landlord back in the day, in the early days, and he said it's a great idea, but no. I'm still waiting for a sliding door, this door here in the back, to be replaced. It was supposed to happen this year. Since 2019, I've been waiting, because that door is not fit for purpose. Very little snow there, huh? Goodness me. Now the mirror Barbecue and Blues. The mirror, I do have a huge mirror that I'm looking at, which is like opposite where you see the orchids now, the back wall. I have a very big mirror there, and that does some form of reflection. But your slider is off track. It's hard to, yes. Mine wobbles in the wind. The only thing that keeps it from coming out of the joint is the rack that you see on the left of the bottom left of the screen. If I shut the door, because that rack is nice and snug up there, so if it's windy, the terrace door won't fall out of the joints because that rack is holding it in place.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not. And it's very, very drafty as well. So it doesn't, I can't hold temperatures here the way I would like to. So when it gets really, really bad, actually, I stuff towels on the top, into the sides. I make sure that at least the cold air doesn't get nippy too bad by the glass shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy's in north of Alberta capital, deep in snow. Oh my. To replace your sliding doors over, yeah.
Cheap.
You see, the thing is, Barbecue and Blues, my landlord in 2019 approached me and said he wanted to invest €1,000 into the property, and where would I think it's necessary? And I told him, well, the dining room sliding door, yes, that needs to be replaced. That was a conversation we had in the kitchen in 2019. And he said, oh, yes. He said that's been needing to be replaced for years. He's such a douche canoe. He gives himself away all the time.
Douche canoe.
Yeah, and he, you know, I mean, for real. So he admits it for years. So I moved in here with my daughter in 2017, and he was aware of that when we moved in. So we are now 2023. I've had 2 people come for measurements, and I told him that November was the cutoff date, but I made him aware in written format as from January of this year. And yes, I expect it to cost him around €1,000 if he doesn't do a fudge job. And it's true.
Well, it might cost him more than that.
Huh?
It might cost him more than that because there's got to be some sort of rot going on. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that wobbly.
Yeah, the rot is, it's one of those, this is a very old house, Spanish built, which is actually really nice because at least the walls are thick, which would help with insulation if the property could be closed off and sealed. You know what I mean? It's not a trashy build, but the sliding doors are wood.
Yeah.
And they have been, you can see how they've tried with putty and cementy things and then painted it over in brown to match. It's just awful.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's and of course Ratatouille found a way in because all they did was gnaw one hole and there they were.
Yeah. I
stuffed that hole with aluminum foil, like I had been quick problem solving, really a big wad of aluminum foil. That worked. But now Ratatouille had accessed the sliding door, which I have to open. There is no way I can stuff that with anything. So now it's duct taped over. But Ratatouille is no more, so I'm still watching to see if the duct tape is going to be in any way affected again to see if there's another intruder. Well, Sandy, thank you very much. I have other words for this man, but I'm trying to be nice. Yeah, I'm at least there's one area that I am freaked out to clean, and I don't approach that area. I think I need to get a hazmat suit, because I want to, I've been documenting the damage done, and yeah, there's a folder in my hard drive so that if anything were to happen, then I've got everything recorded and documented. It annoys me though, because I don't want that kind of stuff in my hard drive. I don't even want to see it, Yeah. So I'll try again, see if next year we're lucky. Because obviously, from April all the way through to mid-September, end of September, there's plenty of time to have a gaping hole, and the orchids are outside. Have at it, you know?
Yeah.
It would mean I would need to seal off where I'm sitting because I don't need all the dust on my electronics here, you know? But have at it. But nope, here we are. You can always give the slider a good push until it falls. Yes, that's true. But you know what? That is too risky for me because I don't know.
But they need to have it exposed for how many days, and people could just walk in and.
Yeah, I you know, I can be agent provocateur, and I've tried that in my life before, but it always backfired on me, and I always ended up pulling the short straw. So I'm kind of hesitant. Yeah, I don't. I've tried that in the past to force a situation that was much needed, and it just never worked out for me. It always backfired, and then not financially, but emotionally, mentally, I was paying the consequences for, and I just don't want to do that. So I just keep documenting things and sending him monthly emails, and it's just getting a bit longer and longer every time. To which he never responds. It's like, you know, I had a fallout with him in August, and I just said, you need to read your emails, because it got pretty hectic at that moment. And I mean, you know, I went from 0 to 1,000 in seconds. How dare you speak to me like that? And I went ballistic on him.
Yeah.
Never heard from him since, and I just said, you need to check your emails. And I guess he does check his emails, and that's why he went ballistic. And I said, what do you want me to do? I don't hear anything back from you. Anyway, I think I'm going to start charging him for loss of orchids. Except I'm so honest in my videos that if it was a mistake on my part with regards to the evaporative cooling of the leca, it wouldn't hold up.
Right. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
I can't exactly say, yeah, it's because of your fault, you know. There are other reasons that would apply. But yeah, if Ratatouille did damage to an orchid, which has happened with my Orantilla flammeum, eating the pseudobulbs and doing that kind of stuff, and it destroys my orchids, then yeah, if that orchid dies, I'm going to charge him. I'm going to say, you know. But thankfully, it's showing another new growth at the base. It's tentative, but it's trying. So anyway.
That's all you can hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is that, you know, because this is my business and my livelihood, if we were going to go to that extreme, not that it's paying for anything really, but you know what I mean? It's affecting my livelihood.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I've been lucky. I haven't had to connect to the other property so far. The infrastructure is in place should that happen. It just hasn't rained enough. So
yeah.
Good grief.
That's a problem here with the fires. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to January, February here with the amount of fires we're already having, because those are our hottest months.
Well, that's what they said in the report as well. They said that it's not even, it's actually going to, you know, it's not even started yet, so to speak.
Yeah.
I hope that it's like the volcano in Iceland that make a big grumble and then had a big poof, and in 3 days it was over. And well, at least the town people can go back to their town. I asked my daughter the other day, I said, would you, I told her the scenario, and she said, and I said, would you after that move back into town? And she goes, hell no. I said, no, me neither. The town is split. There's a huge fissure, a crack.
Yeah. No.
And there's a magma chamber underneath. I mean,
no.
I don't know. Maybe Iceland people are made of a different cloth. It's possible, but even the scientists can't make up their mind. You've got someone saying, "Well, no, that's it until maybe January or April," and another
Yeah.
one saying, "This thing can blow at any time over here." You know?
Well, here's the thing: is I guess if you live in the town and the thing blows, um, you're not going to notice much. It'll be over quick.
That's the thing. The fissures in Iceland, they open up and the lava starts bubbling out. Yes, there might be a fountain, like a huge fountain and stuff, but it's not a volcano that is explosive. It's like a leak, and then the pressure pushes the lava up, and then there's spatter. But
Yeah,
that the lava they have is running like a river. It's
right.
it's fast. It,
Yeah,
it's like
that's what I'm saying. That if you live in that town and the lava comes and you
it's
don't get out of there, well, it's
they're only
quick.
like 2 miles away from where the lava was with their last eruption.
Yeah, and it'll be quick.
I'm telling you, I would no way. I would,
No,
and you know
no.
what they actually did? The citizens, some town folk of that town started suing people. I don't know, government, I don't know who, because they were evacuated for no reason. I like I said, these guys are made of a different cloth. I'm like, for no reason. Are you kidding me? Look at where that thing went up. Look at your town. It's split. I would say you're lucky to live in a government that takes care of you and gets you out, you know. Other countries will wait.
So why is lava rock so expensive at the big box stores?
That's that's a good point. And they have to leach it because every time I see another volcano go, I'm like, oh, material. I could use that. I just go and drive up the road a bit and scoop it.
I'm curious to how much you're paying for the lava rocks there, barbecue and blues.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
A big bag here, like a big bag, 50, I don't know, is it 50 liters? Let's just say is €4.50 for me, for the
Yeah,
lava
because
rock I use.
a similar size here in Perth would probably be
It'll be like $6, maybe around $5, $6 for a big bag here.
I'd say $30 here.
30.
30, yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. $10 for, ooh, no, yikes. Yeah, that is expensive. Dang. When I had my second orchid collection, there wasn't any lava rock around in Spain for us to use as in a form of media. So on a trip to Italy, I brought back a bag of lava rock. And then
Yeah.
my orchids were doing so well in their wet and dry cycle with their clay pots. I never got around to using it until this third collection. So that bag of lava rock has been with me since 1990.
Yes.
But I did it with every move, even it's been to the States. When I packed up my household to move to the States, that lava rock came with me.
That's funny.
Oh gosh, it was like, oh, lava rock from Italy, and it was my prized possession in the trunk of my car. I never used it up until, I don't know, was it 2020 or 2019? I don't know. I think I was already using lava rock when I started my channel. I don't remember now, but it took a little while. It's well seasoned.
Now the orchiata bark in a similar size bag would be about $60.
Holy moly.
Yeah. And I quit using it because through COVID you'd pay $60 for a bag and over half of it you'd have to throw out.
Yeah, that's pricey.
Yeah, so the pumice I get is 45 for the same size bag, which is
I
still
don't know, but
expensive,
that's expensive too.
but it's reusable, so it's not as expensive as
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Which is something I'm going to look into, because the orchid I got from Fernanda, the is it a Sheila? It's a Sheila Marie L. Anyway, she is going to be out of the pot, and she is in pumice only, because I have my doubts about reusing pumice because of the porousness of the material and how fine roots are going to go straight through those pores. So I'm not ready to repot her. She is so up against the pot with her growths that I
Yeah.
believe the roots have no option but to go into the pot. But I have a feeling that to reuse pumice, it would only work with chunky roots if you don't do too much damage on the velamen by pulling it off because of how porous it is. But
Now, what size is your pumice? Because you do have some truth to that, but I get pumice also in very, very small sizes, like 2 to 7 millimeter sizes.
sorry, Julie son, I'll look at this, $60 for a 40-pound bag.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, if after COVID, well, let me tell you my 2020 experience, and just briefly, I would not have been able to afford repotting my orchids after I lost my job in 2020 if it had been in organic media.
Yeah.
I would have been, all my orchid hobby was geared around my financial situation, which means when I started with this, I was like, I'm going to ship in Orchiata bark as if they're going to be running out, and the world is coming to an end. But I was so glad to find Leca because I thought this is much easier, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And the realization about being economically more suitable for what happened was, I thought I was covering worst case scenario, but I had no idea that something like COVID would knock my financial situation out of kilt entirely. That I never covered. So when 2020 hit, I can tell you all the repottings I did in that year without even buying a single bag. Oh, I felt so relieved. In hindsight, so relieved.
Yep.
But anyway, back to your pumice. Millimeter size. Yours is what? 3 millimeters, you said?
So for the fine rooted orchids, I use 2 to 7 millimeter size pumice. I don't use the bigger pumice. Like the bigger pumice I have is like 10 to 20 millimeter in size, and that's what I use for the chunky rooted orchids.
Okay. Let me just type in the conversion there. What we're talking about in millimeters, and put that into inches. Okay. And the chunky roots, you use what?
10 to 20 millimeter.
Okay, so I'm putting up I'm just putting in the higher value of size.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, right. Yeah, I don't think your roots will have a problem with that.
No, and if you let the pumice, particularly the small, very small ones, dry out before you repot it, to be honest with you, it just falls off the roots.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. You see, mine are 50 millimeter, around about.
Okay. Yeah. So much bigger than anything I've got.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be interested to see, but I'm not going to just grab the orchid because of my curiosity and try to repot her. If I see that the roots are going to start struggling, then decision will be made at that time. But right now, because of the way because the rhizome is somewhat longish on that orchid, and it kind of bothers me. But if they are so quetched up against the rim right now, that could possibly shorten the rhizome. Unless she starts to lift the rhizome up, then we have issues. But for now, it looks like they're going to stay, and the roots will have no choice. But it's good to know. So the reusing of pumice, even with that small size, is possible. It doesn't
Yeah.
just crumble and fall apart.
No.
Good stuff.
No. And you know, I just boil it for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because how is the dust factor after all that handling and treatment and resorting? Is there any residual like fallout, dusty thing where you say, yeah, I can't use that part anymore?
Sometimes, but that tends to rinse off pretty easy.
Okay.
And for the most part, I find that happens as you're taking it out of the bag new, that you really have to dust it off then.
Yes.
And then for the most part, I do find that it works a little bit better to work with it damp. So anytime I'm working with it, if I have dry pumice, I'll wet it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which helps again with a little bit of the dustiness, because it does get a little bit dusty.
Even afterwards, no?
Yeah, after it completely dries out. Not too bad after you clean it. You know,
Right.
I take it out of the bag, I put it in a sieve, I spray it down until it, you know, the water comes out clear, and then that's ready to use. After I've had it in a pot, if I'm going to reuse it, because I'm not really mixing my pumice. So, you know, if I have a couple pots of plants that have died and I'm going to reuse the pumice, I'll just put all of the same size pumice into a container and hold it until I have enough to boil.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're not concerned about any pathogens while you hold it in a container before you boil it? You're not concerned about anything?
No, because I pick any of the organic media out of it, you know, the organic bits that might have been in there, you know, dead fruits or whatever. Yeah. No. And then, you know, I boil it, and after that I put it into a container with a lid on it. But no, I don't leave it sitting in water. It dries out in the container with the lid on it. And then I just use it as is, just wet it again. I don't boil it again.
Because when I potted my, when I work with pumice, because I've got I think she is in perlite and pumice as an experiment, brassavola. And I didn't like the fact that I couldn't use it straight away. It needed to soak so that it would actually settle instead of everything floating around for the moment of repot. It's like I had to, for mine that I got it from Germany, and when I was accumulating all these orchids and I was bringing in different media. So yeah, I had to leave it in water for at least a day, if not two, for it to be actually feasible to work with without things floating everywhere.
But yours is a lot bigger than mine.
True. Again, yes, the size. Interesting.
Now there are a few pieces here or there that'll float, but you know, if I put it in there dry, they all float.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. That's why it's best to work with it wet.
Yeah, and it's not dripping wet; it's damp. You know.
Yeah. So Barbecue and Blue says, I reuse the media too in an airtight container after I dump a little 5-20 diluted into the container. That is interesting. You store it with a disinfectant. That is interesting. I haven't ever considered that. It's possibly something I will do next time I do a catasetum repot. Which is not on the menu for 2024. Those roots, oh my word, they are, God, the velamen is so paper thin. It's like tissue. It is so hard to get off. So hard. It's a nightmare. And yes, if I was still back in 2017, 2018, I would probably just dump the whole thing right out of the pot, cut off the bulbs and dump that clump. I probably would. I don't know. Yeah. It is a nightmare. And I'm not too particular if I leave some velamen on. You miss things get out of hand because you need to get it processed, you know? I'm not that, once it's boiled, if there's a little something on it for the next repot and then that piece of leca dries and there's old velamen, I'm not bothered. I know what it is. It's not salt buildup. You know what I mean? But Catasetinae is a different story. It's horrible. Oh, Jack. Yeah, not
See,
fun.
I'm just now getting that with, I only have 4 catasetnaes now.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 of them are new this year. So I really haven't had that much experience with them in pumice. This is the first year I've got them all going into pumice. And they're coming along well. They're accepting going into the dry pumice. It doesn't seem to be desiccating out their roots. They seem to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is to the point that I actually watered it this week. It was big enough and ready for watering. The other one will be big enough and ready for watering next week. And these were the 2 that I bought off of a good grower that had them growing correctly. And the other 2 are, the one that was mine that is just a little bit behind the other 2, and then the one was the Cloecia that was given to me way out of sequence, and that one still hasn't come out of dormancy.
Right. That's
Yeah.
funny.
So I'm actually thinking it might die because the back bulbs on it are starting to turn orange.
Okay. That's a shame.
So,
But
if it dies, it dies. I tried my best. It was given to me coming into growth when it should have been going dormant. And I tried to keep it because Michael had said to try to keep it going all year long until it goes into another normal dormant cycle. I tried to do that. It went dormant on its own.
mm-hmm.
So it's still on that same, not the correct cycle. And I'm unsure if it's going to make it past this one because, like I said, the back bulbs on it are turning orange and getting a bit squishy.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
How many back bulbs are doing that, and how many leads? How many on the front have you got that are still looking okay?
There's 2 in the back that are doing that, and there's 3 in the front that aren't.
I'm gonna hold out hope for it.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold out hope for it because even my friend, I mean, Cloecia is a little bit more of a different kettle of fish when it comes to the Catasetinae, but to have a hybrid like an after dark, I have an older bulb that went yellow very, very early in the season. It's still there, but it promptly chucked out a new growth mid-season, and it recognized that bulb is going to be absorbed. I better do something here right now. And there's an itty bitty teeny weeny tiny little bulb that I now consider a second lead. I'm like, okay, hello. So your ratio with the 3 still being good, I'm gonna say it should be fine. And and don't force it to do anything that it doesn't want. I mean, sometimes they can take 2 years to get accustomed to it. I feel so bad for Michael. He brought a Dendrobium bensonia from Thailand, and I'm telling him it's out of season, it's sulking. But I've been telling him that for a year now, and I want to be right. And it still hasn't moved. Even I said to him, watch, when we go into like a winter thing, even though he's in Florida, it'll wake up out of season. And I was thinking fall of this year, fall, early winter. Nope. It still hasn't done anything. So, and he's had it more than a year now. And it's just like that, canes. Nothing, no movement. Hey, Robert Forrest. Good morning, good morning. How are you this fine Christmas Eve morning? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for dropping in. How kind. It's nice of you to do that. You're a busy man. I appreciate it. Speaking of which, Julie, do you want to hold the fort? Can I get myself a coffee?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to mute just in case dogs start barking.
So how are you, Robert? And everybody? All ready for the big day, big night tonight, the big man coming? So barbecue and blues, you've mentioned that you remember when we used to use redwood bark exclusively. I imagine that would be very expensive. Having my morning coffee. I'm having an evening wine. I got to play Santa Claus earlier today for a friend of mine's little boy and drop off a present. And that was a lot of fun to see he's 6 years old, joy of seeing Santa Claus showing up with presents. That was fun. I've never got to play Santa Claus before. That's a good memory there, barbecue and blues. My mom would, she had a red light bulb that she would screw in the middle of the night. And then she would unscrew it. So if we got up to try to sneak a peek, we could see the light there and we'd have to run back to bed because we knew Rudolph was outside. So did anybody buy their orchids a Christmas present? Exactly right, Robert. Santa Claus does exist in all of us. I got lucky. My work gave me a $200 gift card that I went down to the local aquaponics store and I bought a couple of replacement lights for my grow room. These light bars are quite a bit longer than the ones I have, and they use less energy. So I bought two of the light bulbs and was able to replace 4 of my other lights. So I was happy about that. And I'm thinking of putting the other lights that I have on the Facebook Marketplace to sell. What do you guys think about that? They seem to be fine. Nothing wrong with them other than I found lights that I could use less energy with and cover more of my light space while giving them the same spectrum and frequencies of light.
Robert is going to be Santa's helper. And this is why we're here, Barbecue and Blues. And I know that Julie won't be with us throughout the night eventually. And I may, depending on how Ciliano behaves, I may have to go radio silent for an hour and a half, check the chat every once in a while because it's his free flight time. I don't know how else to do it, but he cannot be here on this side of the property with me. When he flies here, he gets a big no, and I bring him back to his cage and he gets a cookie and he gets a good bird, you know? But I can't have him here, associating with us here, because he'll just get used to it and think that now it's okay, and I'll just confuse him. What is that?
This is my bottle of wine I'm drinking.
Oh, yums. Are we doing camera?
Just to show you my bottle of wine. Look
Okay.
at that crazy face on there.
Well, if we're doing camera, I'm with you. I'm not going to scare anybody off, I hope, but you know, I'm gonna one for one. Where is it? Okay.
Oh, no, I just turned my camera off. Nina, you don't have to if you don't want to. I just was showing you that.
Don't freak out. Hey, c'est moi.
Oh, Santa hat.
It's keeping me warm. And any excuse to stay warm.
You can come here because it's hot.
It is. What is going on here? Why do I have something gray? It looks like I'm wearing a wig. There we go. I said I have a big mirror in front of me, but that means I would be getting up. But that means I destroy my burrito around my waist. So it's a whole thing here. I've got my snuggle blanket around my waist, keeping my lumbar region warm-ish. And I got a Santa hat on, courtesy of my daughter. I asked her if she has one lying around, but perchance, just in case somebody goes on camera. I didn't want to make it as though I'm going to leave people exposing themselves and not, you know, that is if you can handle the truth.
Well, the aircon is finally starting to cool down a bit.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. I think I'm in need of a shawl as well, you know, like.
I'll trade you because it's been hot here today. Really, really hot.
But we always have that. We always have that.
Yeah. This year, it's not as bad as a couple years ago. But yeah, the air conditioning is having a hard time keeping up with the heat.
So you don't get any ice over because it's working overtime? Does that?
Yeah, no.
It used to happen in Kenya.
Yeah, no.
It would be so. I guess the humidity in the air would help as well to ice those agents. We'd have to switch the AC off in order to not make it go. I don't know what they call it, but
I think if there's any moisture that could possibly form out there while it's running, it just immediately evaporates. It's been real hot and real dry.
Right. So while I was making coffee, what were you guys talking about? Did I barge into a conversation and interrupt something? I'm sorry. I'm seeing that Barbecue and Blues grows under tea lights.
No, I was saying that work gave me a $200 gift card for Christmas.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, so I went down to the local aquaponics store and I bought some lights to replace some of the ones that I have because they've got these really nice 100 I don't know how long they are. They're twice the size of the length of one of my current grow lights. So by replacing one lamp, I can replace two. So yeah, I've taken 4 of the higher wattage, more expensive lamps to use out, and I've replaced them with longer bars that cover the same area of the 2 that run on slightly less electricity, but still give the same lux and all of that stuff.
Well, you've got solar panels,
Yeah,
so you're all set.
yeah. But still, I find I'm running the aircon a bit more than I was last year.
I'm
At any
listening.
rate,
I'm listening.
yeah. Anyway, there's less stuff plugged in back there, and I feel that's kind of good. I think another problem I have with the grow room is that I don't have quite enough electrical outlets. I do have quite a few power boards running in there.
All right.
So I was able to take some of the load off of some of the power boards because I don't have as many things plugged in because the lights are longer. If that makes any sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Trying to get us on the big screen? No, you don't. You don't want to do that. No, Robert. No, 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 no. No, no big screen. Stop. Especially if you're talking HD and I don't know what. Why do you think I'm staying blurry? Everything looks a little softer and not so obvious.
And I've been drinking.
You're here. Don't do the big screen. Stop. That's not fair. That's not fair. Anyway.
But no, it's another Christmas. I think last year at this time we were on, weren't we? We did this last year?
Not a Christmas stream. I did New Year's.
New Year's, that's right.
We hung out New Year's and then checked out fireworks and tried to dub some music over fireworks. I'm thinking of doing it again this year, just to hang out for as long as possible. It wrecked me for January 1st because I was tired. I didn't think that sitting and chatting and was I drinking? I had a gin tonic or 2 or something as well. Yeah, I did. I'm not doing that this year, but I was tired. I think we went until 5 a.m. my time.
I think, something crazy.
You were sitting on your porch, and I was just like, oh, so jelly. I want to be there. Hey, right? Thank you. I'm glad that that's the way it is. That is exactly, the plan. At least for those that have time, want to come in. Nothing like orchid friends and a hot coffee. Hey, I'm with you. So you see, I'm even doing the coffee with you. There you go. Coffee with Robert and barbecue and blues. Cheers. This is my high school alumni mug. It's probably back to front, but it says Rift Valley Academy Alumni. It's the biggest mug I have. I should be using my merch mug, but it's too small. For sitting and chatting, I would have to get up again in about 20 minutes. So I use this one.
I have your merch travel mug, and I use that every day for my morning coffee. And it's like huge. And
yeah, I like that.
It lasts me all morning. It's great.
Yeah, I like that. I've never thought of putting coffee in it though. Dang.
Oh yeah, it's great.
I used to use that for the summer in on the patio for the live streams. And then I thought, stop, and I started with a water bottle because I even had more content in it because it was just like guzzle, the elegant person that I am. I drink out of bottles. But anyway, so what else? Anybody else? I've got Robert going to see the God Boys. How cute. I love that. You have been and done your thing.
Yeah,
that's cool too. Did you take any pictures? Just out of curiosity?
No.
Good.
No, I didn't.
Okay, at least you have a photographic memory of that. Maybe somebody of the family did.
I think they did. I don't know.
So sweet.
Like you said, when I got there and there were so many people there, I really kind of was like, oh, I panicked. I kind of had to leave.
Anybody joining later, the story is that actually all the Orchid Ninjas today are Orchid Ninja, Julie, Santa. I know, cheesy, right? But she really was. She really was. There's an empty space behind her. So
yeah. So I dressed up and played Santa Claus for my student sonographer, little boy. He's 6. I had a piano keyboard Yamaha thing back there that he's wanting to take piano lessons, and being I had one that I wasn't using, I gave it to them, and she provided me a Santa Claus outfit, and I put Santa Claus outfit, and I delivered Santa Claus present to the little boy today. And his eyes were like big saucers. I think he knew it was me because he knows me, but he still,
oh, so sweet
yeah,
though.
it was great.
He'll never forget that.
Yeah, it was great. So
cool.
but they had a house full of people, and yeah, I kind of felt like, well, obviously their family's there. I didn't want to be a stick in the mud, and the fact that all the family was there, I wasn't quite prepared for the family to be there. I thought it was just going to be my student, her husband, and their little boy. So I kind of was like, Merry Christmas, bye. But it was fun. Yeah, it was fun.
Did you remember to take all the parts? Because that would be something I would do. I would be so excited and to get into the moment, you know, and like I would be like all thrilled. My brain would go tilt, and then suddenly it's like, oh my goodness, I'll bring you that tomorrow or something or whenever.
No, so I did. I took it had a pedal, a power out, a plug-in thing, and the stand, and yeah, they're all there. So that's nice. So now he can drive his mom crazy playing the piano as he learns to play the piano, because little kids don't start off playing well.
you know that's going to happen. You know that it's like saying my child is learning to play the violin. I'm like, oh, respect. Yeah. I don't know what. I'm like, I'm glad it's not me. Or the drums, another one. I've got my kids a new drum set. So I always said to my children back in the day, if you guys ever become parents, guess what I'm going to be doing? You're going to get all the toys.
All the ones that make the most noise. Yes. That's absolutely called the grandparents' revenge.
That's absolutely. But in a way, I'm glad I'm not in that position, because I'm not that person anymore. So yeah, I'm okay. No pressure. My daughter's off to the little village, which is that I showed on a community post. She's up on the plateau of Andalusia, about an hour and a half away from here. She's going to her dancing. So I'm glad she's happy. We looked at each other this morning because I said Happy Christmas in German, because today is our Christmas. And I said Frohe Weihnachten. And she looked at me and she goes, oh, okay. Are we going to do it? I said, not if you don't want to, but I mean, come on. If people know us and we're to be here, they would probably go, what is this family? They're wrong. So we have, so she said, okay, Happy Christmas. Are we done? I said, yeah, we're done. And she's off. So sweet. I'm so relieved that I have that. I asked her a couple of years ago if she's just, being kind to me and just agreeing for the sake of not making me feel guilty. And she goes, no. Because she was decorating her living room upstairs. So we have a 4-bedroom home, but the master bedroom, I left that. I said that that is her living room. It's a big room, so she's got it all decked out. beautiful
Yeah.
couch, beautiful, her space. So, and then I have the smallest bedroom, but that's fine as long as it has an adjacent bathroom. That's cool. But
Yeah.
so the first 2 years we were in this property, she has her little Christmas tree and she put up twinkle lights, and I was like, oh, I feel so bad because I don't want to do it anymore. So I did ask her. I said, "Are you just being nice, or would you prefer me get everything out?" She goes, "No, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. This is just here." Because she was doing also photos with her and Baloo for Instagram and blah blah blah. So I thought, okay, phew, because that would be just like her, to be feeling sad and not tell me.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, since Ciliana is in the house, where am I going to put a freaking tree? Besides, I have two. So my decoration has to be a pair because of the way the whole thing comes together and works.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the years, I have accumulated Swarovski ornaments.
Oh.
The real heavy duty, pricey stuff. I mean, I have cheap ornaments as well, but that was not the intention for me moving forward through Christmas. That's why I invested in these ornaments over maybe 30 years.
Yep.
So it's a beautiful, beautiful display, but dang, no, she can inherit them and whatever, but I'm not putting that out. I used to have Swarovski ornaments, even though because they do look Christmassy because it's the season, but if they're out of season, they look like decoration and they would just sparkle according to the sunlight in the living room, so that it created some movement of light. Well, when Ciliana moved in, I was like, yeah, hell no. And took him down. So now we've got a jungle gym spreading the living room where he can fly over ladders, ropes, you name it. It looks, it's his den. I just sit there and observe to make sure he doesn't go chewing the walls.
Yeah.
I mean, he's shredded my curtains.
Yep.
I don't know. I love
See,
him.
I think it's so
I
funny
love him
because
to bits, but he stalls me for an hour, 2 hours, no, for an hour and a half minimum, depending if he gets all beaky, or 2 hours, especially during the winter. He stalls me. I have to sit and observe and watch where he is. It's just, at least in the summer, he'll go into the jungle gym. But even now, the weather is nice. He doesn't want to be out there.
Yeah. See, I think it's funny because I see a lot of Cilianos just outside.
Yes, I bet you do.
And they're the same exact. Yeah.
The parrot, he's next to me. And Robert, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to start to get edgy because normally now's the time. When I look at my time, it's just 4 minutes past. This is where normally he starts to tell me, hey, hello, no, he's quiet. So as long as he's quiet, I'm not interfering with what we're doing. So I'm when he starts to get a little bit fussy, then I'm gonna, go on mute, put some Christmas music on, and I'll check the chat from my other device. But and I'll be around. I'm not gone, but I can't sit here, and it's not fair on him. He has his ritmo. So yeah, he's very quiet. It's wonderful. Surprise.
But he said that the last couple days.
Yes. And you brought up about the volcano as to why he wanted out an hour earlier than normal. And then yesterday he was so quiet and we were chatting, and it was King that was getting annoyed. I'm like, okay, whatever, now I'm done. So can't win. Oh, you know what? Let me just show you. When I see myself, this is what it reminds me of. And I never thought it possible, but here we are. Hang on a second. Can I find it? Oh, ooh, let me try this one here. There. I'm old. I am an old lady with a Santa hat on, with glasses. I'm
You
like,
sound
where,
pretty-
I'm like, where have I seen that before? Um, the only thing you can't see is my gray hair. Oh my gosh. Robert, when younger, I worked at a bird shop called Feather Fantasy. We had, yes, that was he got out one, opened every, oh my goodness, can you imagine?
No, I used to have an African gray.
They are
Yeah.
smart.
They're
My,
cheeky.
my daughter wanted one because they are the ones that talk and do all the shenanigans. And I was like, no, no, no. Because she promised to help me, of course, with Ciliano. And I think she helped me clean the cage the first time, and since then not. But I can't have, I am so happy that this is the quietest cockatoo out there. It's all coincidence. I bought him because of the color. And I love gray and pinks. And if my living room were the way it should be, it is gray and dark blue mix and match, with like silver shiny curtains. And so I thought, well, the bird is great. That'll work. It fits in with the decor. Well, now he's turned the decor upside down.
Yeah, they do that.
I bet you were busy. And I hope you found them all, Robert. He opened every pen. My goodness. My daughter follows accounts that have African greys. And she always shows me videos of what naughty things they say and I don't know what. And one of them is lives on the balcony somewhere in Spain. He's a Spanish one. He lives on the balcony. He has his whole enclosure there. They've separated something off, so it's really nice. And he picks up everything that happens on the street. Everything. It is hilarious. He picks up the construction workers when there was construction work. He does the moped, you name it, and all in Spanish. And the moped sounds, it's incredible. I was wondering, Alessa, so yes, I want those as well, but they are loud. They are loud because my daughter has a friend that has a bird shop in Marbella, so we went there and they had them, and they're bigger. They're like twice the size to Ciliano. Ciliano is relatively a small cockatoo, and he's in a cage for a big, what are they called? Ayas? Oh, the big ones that are either blue with the very long tails or red with the very long tails.
Yeah.
I don't know. I bet Robert is going to say something with A, but anyway, that's the size of his cage, and he's a small little cockatoo in this huge cage. So people said macaw. Okay, yes, macaw.
Yes.
Thank you. So people were saying, well, I over purchased, and I was like, well, I'm not going to be around. This was when I was working. So he needs space. I don't usually even like an animal in a cage, period,
When I first moved to Perth, we had this cockatoo. No, I'm sorry. They're kingfishers, but they're called something different here. And I'm sorry, I've been drinking wine, so my brain's gone blank. We'll just skip that altogether. Never mind.
I'm looking at, I'm trying to see what Robert actually also wanted. Latino Indian ringneck. Oh, they're a little yellow. Oh, yeah. And then there was also the thought of getting a lovebird, but with a lovebird you need two. I don't need that, thankfully, because now I've got wild birds flying in and out, which we didn't see today. We haven't spotted any of them coming in. I don't know why.
Not yet. No, not yet.
The macaws can be temperamental. Blue and golds. Oh my goodness, there was a blue one as a baby in the shop when we went to get Ciliano. He was just starting to grow his first feathers and was still being fed by a pipette. I don't know. It's so wrong for me. That they should already be in private care, I would say, at that age, because I don't know. I don't know enough about them to. It just feels so wrong. But Ciliano was a decision that we made, and I should never have walked into that pet shop, to be honest with you, because I probably would have walked out if Ciliano didn't have a broken foot.
Mm.
I probably would have said to my daughter, no, I'm sorry, let's not do this. This is decades of commitment, you know. But he was there, freaked out in the corner of this tiny little cage amongst other birds, and his one foot is off to the side to the right. And I just thought, oh God, nobody's going to buy this bird because everybody wants perfection. And I felt so bad. If you want a pet, and then there's something in them spoon-fed. Okay. Just a question though, Robert. If that's the case, is it okay to be in a pet shop at that age, or should they be not in that stressful environment with lights and people? You know how children can be. Should they be then maybe in the back to get accustomed to sounds and be taken care of there? I don't know. I would like your opinion on that, because personally, I never went back to that store because I just can't. I can't see that. You know what I mean? They're a pest. The galahs are a pest in Australia, aren't they? Julie?
I don't know.
Okay.
There are some birds that are a pest in WA that aren't over east.
Oh, okay. And not just
The cockatoo. I think the cockatoo that we have here is not endemic to here. It was brought over.
Yeah, we have that as well with some parrots. I don't know what kind they are. They're green. They started off colonizing in Malaga. There's a golf course in Malaga, and they were always in the eucalyptus trees there. And apparently they became a pest. They might, and the colonies moved towards our area. We're more south of Malaga. I haven't seen them. They were then in the palm trees, and I loved them. I loved them squawking around, but I haven't seen them, and I am not sure if it was a rumor or if I'm just making things up now, but they were becoming a pest, and I don't know if
now they've got a black cockatoo here.
Yes.
That they reference as the 28s. They call it the 28s. I don't know why, but it's a black one, and their habitat is being overtaken by non-native species of birds. And you don't see them very often, but when you do, it's really stunning. And the other thing is that Perth is known for the black swans. So we don't have white swans here. We have black ones.
Yes, I have seen them.
Yeah, the blacks are gorgeous. Yeah.
It's like they shouldn't really exist. Like something went horribly wrong. You know what I mean? It's like when you see a Dalmatian with beige spots. It makes no sense.
But for the most part, we've got this little bird. I don't know what kind. It's a tiny little bird. They call it a willy wagtail. So it kind of looks like a sparrow, but with a really long tail by comparison to its body. And they're very curious, nosy little birds, and they are friendly as well. And if you're working out in the yard, particularly if you're turning up the soil where there are little bugs or something might be, they're right there with you, and kind of chirp at you. And they call them willy wagtails because they wag their tail like a dog when they're happy.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I love those little birds. But for the most part, since I've moved to where I'm living now, I'm not as close to some of the parks, so you don't really see as many birds in my area where I'm at.
Right.
Whereas the first place that I lived at, we had the standard green parrots that had a nest in the palm tree right outside my balcony. There was a kookaburra bird that adopted me and would start, peck at my window, and I'd feed it, and it was a young juvenile, and it became friendly enough that it would sit on my hand. Kookaburra. They have big beaks, and they're the ones that laugh. The kookaburra.
Oh gosh, so a sense of humor in a bird. That's awesome.
Yeah. But here, where I'm at here, you see the willy wagtails, and that's really just about it. You have to be closer to the parks to see the other nice birds. Yeah.
I remember in Kenya, all the weaver birds doing their thing in the thorn trees. Amazing architecture. Amazing. We had one at the golf course right by the terrace that overlooked the 18th green. And I used to always sit around on that side of the terrace because children under the age of 12 were not permitted on the terrace at the time. So the tree was on the far corner of me waiting for my dad to come in and finish his game of golf. The weaver birds, they would, oh my goodness, the whole tree would look like it was just a tree that was producing gourds, It was amazing. And the noise they make, but gorgeous. I love that. Never mind the thorns. They would use that as part of their mechanism to keep their nest or the thread that the debris they were using to thread things. It is just awesome. And when one would fall off after they were done with it, you can't, it wasn't like just, opening up and peeling it apart. It was real architecture. It was awesome. Robert says, a friend has a pair of Mullican cockatoos, big pink with large, escape artist. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need an escape artist. I just wish that this one, he's got everything in his cage, and he's got out in the jungle gym, the calcium and all that business. And yet he loves to chew where the curtain rails come into the wall. And I've already repaired many areas, It's like it's like he loves that part. He just wants to chew at the wall. It's annoying me to no end. Yeah, because I can't get up there as good anymore to seal it and redo it. If I was more nimble and versatile back again without having to worry about a fall, it wouldn't bother me so much because it's an easy repair and a quick fix, a little tiny paint job, because I still have the paint when I painted this place. It wouldn't be that big a deal, but everything now that requires me to do something with that includes stairs or something that's not exactly safe, terra firma, it's a problem. It freaks me out,
Yeah.
So I sound, well, I am old.
No, you sound aware of your abilities. I don't like getting up on ladders.
I used to be such a repair nut. I've got a toolbox that was like, ooh, these are my precious tools. I can do anything. And now I'm like, no, that's too scary. The only thing I never touched, even in the past when I did all my repairs, was, or my, let's say, putting up curtain rails, etc., pictures, blah, 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 was electricity. I never touch that.
Mm.
I wouldn't know the first thing. I'm too freaked out. I'm dyslexic. I can get things wrong very, very quickly, and poof, you know.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was I was always like, who, you know, I don't need anybody to do this for me. And now I'm like, oh, you know, I'm so glad my daughter has a friend that I can help, you know.
Yeah.
Weavers
Well, that's
don't interest. Yes. Okay. During all of I kept them here and they tormented. Oh, I bet. Sorry, Julie, I interrupted you.
no. I'm assuming Fluff is a dog or a
Cat.
cat.
A cat.
Cat. Okay. Oh, I bet you they did.
Yeah. King, when Ciliano has his moments, so he has his loud-ish, it's not even loud, but he has his crazy time when he had during free flight, when he goes from curtain rod to ladder to rope, starts to swing and hang upside down and does all his little noises and goes bonkers, literally. That freaks King out. It appears to be that King thinks he's in distress, whereas he's only playing, you know? And then King bounces around wherever Ciliano is flying and barks and I don't know what. And I'm like, oh, it's a zoo. For an hour and a half, 2 hours, it's a zoo until Ciliano settles down on my knee and starts to chew on popcorn. And then we have a moment where we are quiet. Then he's had his popcorn. Then he flies up to a curtain rod or whatever contraption he finds up there and starts to clean himself. And that's the extent of our interaction. But it gets it gets hectic for a hot minute there. But it's nice. At least he comes when I call him.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
You know, he doesn't talk. He'll repeat all the lovings sounds that I make when he's close with me. You know.
Yeah.
He starts and wants to have his dance moves, so we dance a little bit, and we do the roly poly. He's on my hand, and he starts to lean back to the point that he's upside down, and I flip my hand so he's dangling upside down. Then he opens his wings and comes back up, and then you know,
Yeah.
It's wonderful. I do enjoy interacting with him. I just wish that he would be a little bit more where I could have him outside so I could do stuff and not be tied down for that amount of time. Anyway.
Yeah, but he'd fly away, wouldn't he?
Oh, yes. My daughter wanted his wings clipped to avoid that from happening. And I can't. I just no. No.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, no, I just can't see it. It's him. No.
Yeah, I can't see that. I wouldn't do that either. Yeah.
It's like declawing a cat. Why? No. You know? I don't know. Twos and teals produce a feather dust to keep them clean. Twos? Yes, and I have the dust. Thank you. Every time he fluffs his feathers, you know, he goes and gets all poofy and everything. It's like, dude, you know, and now I'm not giving him baths because of the temperatures. I don't want him cold and, you know, damp or anything. And I don't want to mist him or anything like that. I'm like, dang, that stuff also supposedly is not good for the lungs. So I don't know. I don't know if it's dander or what it's called. We've got the Birdman in here. That's why I call you Wingman. All these coincidences. And you're a Capricorn, I think. Maybe you're on the cusp to Sagittarius. Maybe you're on the cusp. Sorry if I'm too much information there. But anyway, how's the wine, Julie? How is it? Tastes nice?
Yes, it is quite tasty.
Good. You can clip them a certain way so it doesn't look like they're trained at all. You want them to be able to scoot to safety, but not fly away if you go outside. And that's what I tried to do also with Ciliano. I wanted him to be an outside bird with me, like on a harness. You train him to wear the harness. It was impossible. The amount of YouTube instruction videos I watched. Oh, one channel probably had about 1,000 views just because of me for that one single video to train a harness. And then I bought another harness, a spare one, as new, so that he could play with the harness, just so that he would familiarize himself with it, that it's not a threat. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is monetized, but I switched ads off. It's a Christmas stream. It's not anything commercial. Thank you, YouTube. So they don't give me ads on my videos, but they'll put ads on a stream where ads are switched off. Nice. Sorry, Robert, sorry. Okay, so I was talking about harness training. I just couldn't get it to do. I couldn't get him to wear a harness because I did want him to come outside with me. He's pampered. Oh, and he hates bugs. Can you believe it? He gets all suspicious when he sees a pest. Some kind of let's say a mosquito flies in. He's just like, he'll go quiet and then you'll see him cock his head a little bit. And you just sort of follow where he's looking at. And he's like, yeah, what's this doing here? And he squawks at bugs. If a fly comes in or something and it comes towards his cage, he's like, get the out of here. He squawks at them. I'm like, you're supposed to eat it. You know? He's very timid. We've had him now. Excuse me. We've had him since spring of 2018. Supposedly he was 6 years old when we got him. I don't know how they can tell that because the pet shop didn't even know it was a male. They told me it was a female. So one Google search told me it was a male. Okay, so yes, they like to play with them usually with the harnesses. Yeah, so he had one to familiarize himself with it, but I never managed to get him, to come through the loop and get under the wing. That's when he starts to get beaky, and then I'm like, okay, dude, I'm not going to force you. But I had this vision in my head when I got him. We're going to get to that point, and I'm going to take the dogs for a walk with a bird on my shoulder. I mean, that crazy lady. That didn't amount to anything. Shame. Anyway, I'm going to just finish my cup of coffee. He is not fussing, but I'm going to then at least do him due diligence, because then it's probably after that time to bring the orchids in. So I'm going to eventually put some Christmas music on. And I hate leaving Julie's son alone, but if you want to carry the stream, Julie, you're welcome. But of course, it's a bit silly to be sitting there and, nobody else to talk to you. Have I ever found eggs in the cage? Nope. No, I haven't. Ciliano being a gala, the female has red rings around her eyes, the male black. That's the identification.
Oh. So, Nina, it's going on 10:30 here. I'm going to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling my wine.
But that's nice. I hope it's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
That's great.
Anyway, Merry Christmas.
To you too, sweetie. And if you have time, you want to pop in tomorrow with Lynn, even. Maybe you guys just want to just come say hi. You don't have to come up and chat or whatever, but just make sure that you have a great time. And stay safe. There's a lot of nutters out there this time of year.
Yes, you
Okay.
too. Merry
Thank you.
Christmas, everyone.
Thank you so much for your company. I appreciate that.
Bye.
Bye. So no, I have never found eggs. Merry ho ho kids. Are you all ready and set, Robert? And there is always a lag. I have noticed that we are never one-on-one. So when I go quiet, it's because I'm waiting for a reply before I start on something else. It's like dead air, which we don't really. Oh, not really? Yeah, okay. Okay. Don't tell me what's missing in case any of your cuties are watching. Just kidding. Do you ever feel as though you're ready? Because I was that kind of a person. Nothing. I'm sitting here with you guys, going about what I normally do. It's just another day in my calendar. I have no plans. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. Robert. I appreciate that you say that. I see one thing on my stream software and another thing in the chat, and I'm like, okay, I might have to hold off. No, sweetie, Sandy's orchids, I am not doing anything. If it wasn't for the date, I wouldn't know any different. And if I didn't have you guys and decide to be the one that maybe people want to come hang out with, it would make absolutely no difference. So what I'm doing is doing what I'm doing, and I'm going to have to stop eventually because of Ciliano. But the stream will go, and I can chat on my other device, but nothing. And I'm loving it, Sandy. I promise you, I absolutely love it. Even if I wasn't streaming, I don't know. I went grocery shopping 2 weeks ago. I have no intentions of grocery shopping until the new year. If the isolation wasn't something that was so financially critical in my life, I wouldn't have a single concern about not doing anything for Christmas. And it feels so liberating. I don't know how to explain that. I used to be so busy in my life over the Christmas season. I made a big hoopla about it for my kids when we were all under the same roof and everything. It was a massive deal, elves on the shelves, and the German tradition of Nikolaus with the booties outside the room, etc., etc. I made the Advent calendars leading up to the Christmas Eve, which is for us today, is our Christmas. The whole 9 yards, you know? And then at work, it would always be about Christmas. So I don't miss it at all. And I don't feel, I mean, I had a twinge when I was putting the Christmas lights thing from Malaga, that video, when I was getting that together, sorting it out in the editing. I had a twang, of course. It's only human, I would say. I'm not going to lie, but I think my twang is for different reasons and not because I'm alone. I love my own company, and that might sound really narcissistic, but I just love it. My godson's Mike said, here it's crazy trying to get shopping done stores. Oh my word. Yeah, you see, while I love that kind of atmosphere, I have to then also be financially able to enjoy it to the fullest, especially when it comes to the charities that at the time are then, scattered around the malls and the shops and, the Santas with their tins and everything. I don't like walking past people and not being able to do anything. I can't. And I can't expose myself to that kind of environment where, I can't do that. That hurts me the most if I see that, like when I was in the States, for example, you know, every shop I went to had their Santa greeter, and man, I was there with my $10 bills every time. I made sure I had it ready in my pocket. It's individual $10 bills, and they went into everything that I could see and find. And I can't do that anymore. And that's what hurts me more than, let's just say, you know, I don't know. So what I miss is not being able to give. If there's anything, I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly without sounding like a victim. I don't want to do that. So I love my own company. I really do. So, like I said, if that sounds narcissistic, so be it. I'd like to ask you back what you're doing, and we can continue with in the chat. Since I'm not allowed to drive, I depend on Mike, and such, and his family is my family now. There you go. There you go. Christmas hasn't meant much to me either, but we have a grandson. He's 2, so, oh, sweet. All right. Yes, please do, Sandy. Please do. I know that you're excited to get your greenhouse fully operational once again, and but don't let that stop you from emailing me. You're the last of your tribe. I'm not the last of my tribe. I don't know even how to interpret what I just said. Oh, that's nice. I like that. That was one thing I used to enjoy doing, was host. I preferred people coming to me and being a host as opposed to, you know, going elsewhere. I used to, while I enjoyed going to other places, especially in Germany, we had the tradition of, you know, Christmas Eve, la-di-da, and then Christmas Day elsewhere, or vice versa, whatever. Getting ready, getting dressed, getting dressed for the outdoors, packing the presents so that the ribbons and bows won't get destroyed, blah, 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 not forgetting anything. I prefer people came to my place. But I was mentioning to Julie yesterday that it was nice driving around in the car and seeing other families doing the same thing with ribbons and bows and packages on their lap going for visits. Those memories are nice. But yeah, I'm just really, really grateful it's sunny. Let's just say that's nice. We're going to pay the price. I know. For the weather that we've been having, we are going to pay the price. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, it's beautiful. It's sunny. There's not a single breeze at all. It gets really cold at night for me, though. But this is a blessing, and I'm grateful for it. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is just have the music in the background. I'm going to cut the mic. I will be watching the chat on my other device. I'm going to get Ciliano out, and bear with me. It's going to appear as though there's nobody, but we're here. We're here, okay? I hope that I'm going to keep the stream running, though, all right? Mike's 2 boys are my little god kids. Mike's 2 boys are Mike is my big godson. You know, family is not necessarily flesh and blood. Family is where you feel at home. That's what I think. You're going to get me all in my feels, Robert. Stop. And on that bombshell, I'm going to mute.